Okay, it is 8 o'clock now. I don't know where Abhishek is. So who was supposed to chant? I think Hana and Ridhima.
Ahana and Riddhima.
They are not here either. They're there. Okay.
They're there.
There. Okay. Okay, Ridhima and Hana, just
Take it
start the
away.
program for Janmashtami, please.
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nidishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Amrita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna.
Radha Gokulananda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Nate Hare Radha Nate Hare Radhe Jaya Radha Nate Hare Radha Nate Hare Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan 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 Radhe Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Gurudev Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Gurudev Jaya Jaya Gurudev Hare Krishna.
Okay, thank you, ladies. So next on the schedule is Abhay Uncle and Punamanti.
Hare Krishna. नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की
नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की जय कन्हैया लाल की मदन गोपाल की जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, यशोदा को लाल भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, यशोदा को लाल भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, हाथी दीनो घोड़ा दीनो और दीनो काल की, हाथी दीना घोड़ा दीना और दीनो काल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, गोकुल में आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, गोकुल में आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, यशोदा को लाल भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, यशोदा को लाल भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नाचो गोकुल में आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, हाथी दीनो घोड़ा दीनो और दीनो काल की, हाथी दीनो घोड़ा दीनो और दीनो काल की, लड़कन को हाथी घोड़ा बूढ़न को पाल की, लड़कन को हाथी घोड़ा बूढ़न को पाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, जय कन्हैया लाल की, मदन गोपाल की, गोकुल में आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, गोकुल में आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, नंद के आनंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम राम हरे हरे, छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटो से मेरो मदन गोपाल, छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटो ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटो छोटो ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल बीच में नाचे मेरे मदन गोपाल बीच में नाचे मेरे मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटो छोटो ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल घास खाए गैया दूध पिए ग्वाल घास खाए गैया दूध पिए ग्वाल घास खाए गैया दूध पिए ग्वाल माखन खाए मेरो मदन गोपाल माखन खाए मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटो छोटो ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटो छोटो ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल काली काली गैया गोरे गोरे ग्वाल काली काली गैया गोरे गोरे ग्वाल श्याम बरण मेरो मदन गोपाल श्याम बरण मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटे सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे 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 कृष्णा
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. So I believe now it's time for Maharaj's presentation. So Maharaj, we'll turn it over to you.
Did you make us a presenter?
Manju?
Oh, yeah, we are a presenter. Let me see if I can push a few more buttons here. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Tandavika, can you respond? Or are you?
Yes, Maharaj.
Okay.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Can you see our screen?
Yes, Maharaj. Beautiful,
What?
Maharaj.
How many parrots do you see?
Why, Maharaj?
How many parrots do you
5.
see?
5, Maharaj.
Okay. And they're all looking at Krishna.
Yes, Maharaj.
The unusual fellow. Okay. Sri Krishna Janmashtami, August 22nd, 2019, and now August 20th, 2021. Okay. Please repeat. Everybody can repeat at home. Nishite tama udbhute.
Nisite tama udbuste.
Jayamane Janardane.
Jayamane Janartane.
Devakyam Deva Rupinyam.
Devakyam Deva Rupinyam.
Vishnu Sarva Guhashaya.
Vishnu Sarva Guhashaya.
Avirasid Yatha Prachyan.
Avirashya Yatat Prachyam.
Dishindori Vapushkala.
Dishyanduri Vipushkala.
Okay, you chant and we'll respond.
Nistitama Yutpunte.
Nishite Tama Udbhute.
Jayamani Janatana.
Jayamane Janardane.
Devakyam Devarupinyam.
Devakyam Devarupinyam.
Vishnu Sarva Gohe Saya.
Vishnu Sarva Bhuyashaya.
Avirasti Yatha Punchyam.
Avirasid Yatha Prachyan.
This Sintur Eva Pushkala.
Dishindor Eva Pushkala. Srimad Bhagavatam 10:3-8. Translation. Then the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, who is situated in the core of everyone's heart, appeared from the heart of Devaki in the dense darkness of night, like the full moon rising on the eastern horizon, because Devaki was of the same category as Sri Krishna. So if we want Krishna to arise from our heart, so we can do wonderful Sankirtan, so many opportunities, then we have to become of the same quality as Krishna. Dikshakali Bhakti Karyatma Samarpan. So when we come to this level of following an acharya like Prabhupada and under his authority, taking up these processes, and our body becomes connected, and our mind and intelligence, and our paraphernalia. So then Krishna can appear. Okay, Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki jai. Okay, so very nice. How many monkeys do you see?
6 monkeys, Maharaj.
Okay, maybe the white monkey is 7.
7,
baby
yeah.
white,
7. Yeah, baby monkey too, yeah.
Yeah. This is a nice picture. So this is a very, very beautiful festival. It's a cultural festival. It's a religious festival. It's an artistic festival. It's a festival of everything for the senses to stimulate us in associating with Krishna. And of course, all glories to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, who has given us the book, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I think this picture here is of Prabhupada in Los Angeles. And on Prabhupada's right was a Revati Nandan Swami. And he was a basketball player, young man. So he said one time he was in the kirtan with Prabhupada and he was jumping up and down. And of course, he was a very enthusiastic young fellow, basketball player, and was jumping quite high. And he looked over and Prabhupada, who wasn't so tall, was jumping just as high as he was. And he was amazed, how was this possible? And after some time, he said he got tired, and he started kind of moving from side to side rather than jumping up and down. He looked over and Prabhupada was still jumping up in the air and was looking at him and smiling. Just see, I have youthful energy. Yeah. Okay. So Prabhupada, transcendental personality, giving us transcendental spiritual activity. The world is so fortunate. And of course, this is going on in Moscow, Beirut, Zimbabwe, ISKCON Phoenix, ISKCON Houston, ISKCON Delhi, ISKCON Tokyo. How many places, how many deities, altars, are receiving Janmashtami affection, love, offering, bhoga, and Krishna is reciprocating by filling everybody's heart with newer and newer spiritual potency and purity. Yeah. This is Radha Nilamadava on the right with Sharanga Thakur. He was the pujari. And you can see how beautiful they're dressed, all these flowers. It's just like an ocean. He's the president now, taking responsibility. So, as the story goes, once the world was overburdened by the unnecessary defense force of different kings who were actually demons, who were posing themselves as a royal order. And now, of course, we see that the US is spending, something like 45% of the entire world's military budget is by the empire of the United States of America. And every new year, they're investing billions of dollars in new, extremely sophisticated, destroyers and airplanes and submarines and systems. And it's also completely unnecessary. With a little bit of training, common people could understand how to live their life in such a way that there would be enough for everybody. So I think the situation to some degree is definitely the same now. Then, of course, they were actual Rakshasas who were taking birth as the kings. But now, who knows? Even the leaders now, many times, of course, are involved in killing innocent animals. And to handle that, you have to drink alcohol to digest it. So we're looking for Krishna to incarnate it again. And all this, of course, hurts Bhumi. Just like you have some skin diseases or the organs are affected. So her body becomes so disturbed. So here in the picture, we see how she's gone to Lord Brahma as a cow. And she's inspiring Lord Brahma to go to the ocean, the shore of the ocean of milk. And he's offering the Purusha Shukta prayer. And then he gets a message from Lord Vishnu, who's seated here on Ananta Sesha with Lakshmi. And he says, okay, I will come and incarnate to take care of this problem. And all you demigods, you also have to incarnate. And of course, if they do that, they'll lose a lot of their superpowers, because they have to come down to this gross level and take on gross forms. Okay, but they're going to accompany Krishna, so they come also. Then one time, Kamsa, he was the most demoniac of all the Andaka, what it is, Andaka can't remember what it was. Boja kings. It's all a big community. Andak, Yadu, yeah, Boja. Yeah. And very, very powerful personality. Yeah. And so, but still he had some kind of affection, probably to gratify his own ego and everything else for his sister, Devaki. So when Devaki was married to Vasudev, Vasudev, he personally took the reins of the chariot to drive his sister to her new home. And we see so many people with drums and bugles, everything else. Might be like the marriage of the daughter of the President of the United States with the son of the King of England, taking her to England with many aircraft carriers and airplanes flying and so many things going on. It was a union of two nations. But then a voice from the sky said, Kamsa, ha ha ha, you're such a fool, Kamsa, ha ha. You don't know that the eighth son of the woman you are driving will be the cause of your death. Ha ha ha, stupid. So Kamsa became very angry and he grabbed Devaki's hair and was going to chop her head off right on her wedding day. Oh my gosh, But then Vasudeva, we all know, he was very, very, very wonderful arguments and everything else. And finally he told him, look, it said the eighth child. So there's no problem. Devaki's not a threat immediately. I promise whatever children there are, I'll deliver to you and you can make your decision what to do with them. Okay. So this proceeded. And of course, we were discussing this morning. And this question comes up, how could Vasudeva and Devaki go ahead and have children? If they saw what Kamsa did to the first one, so what's going to happen to each one after that, So how could they go ahead and have these children, knowing they were going to be slaughtered? And so Srinivasacharya Das from New Hampshire says he saw this. He wasn't even looking for it, but here's an answer. Okay. So in answer to this, Vasudeva said, okay, well, how could you have children? Well, what can a wicked person not do? In order to avoid fault, should Vasudeva give up household dharma and not produce any children? Vasudeva answers, he who desires to see the Lord in the form of his son holds the Lord in his heart, Drita Atmanam, and remains in household life to bear a son. He should have affection for no other son. Let the eighth child be born quickly. Let me willingly offer up the other children year after year and take responsibility for their death out of eagerness to see the Lord. So we see all these things. There's so many different stories. Of course, we know that the previous 6 sons of Devaki were all, I think, demons who laughed at their father, and then they took birth as the sons of Kamsa so he could kill them, something like that. So behind all the things that are happening to us, especially if we're really trying, we come to the standard of being, formally matriculated into the university. 16 vows, 4 principles. Second initiation. Following the standard. Then whatever is happening is under the internal potency. Internal potency. And Prabhupada says, even from the very beginning of a devotee's career, Sudarshan Chakra is ready to protect him. So we should look at all the things that happen to us and see how Krishna is adjusting them. Sometimes, of course, he appears in our lives because we're doing stupid things, to show us some results. And we shouldn't think, oh, Krishna's mercy. We should think that it's our stupidity. And out of his mercy, Krishna is giving us some reaction so we can become purified. And then again qualified to enter into his service. So when the 8th child came, all the demigods with Lord Brahma, you see here Narada Muni, who else? Brahma, Shankar, Shiva, Vyasa. They all came in invisibly in the house of Devaki, and were giving her assurance that don't worry, the Kamsa can't kill this eighth child. He will protect everybody, and you are very fortunate. She'll be the mother of Vishnu, who will then put an end to all these horrible things that are happening. So, as is described, in the darkness of night, on the eighth day of the waning moon, Lord Vishnu, with his chakra, club, lotus, and conchal, appeared. And now they're in a prison house. Before, she was in a more opposite situation. And Vasudeva and Devaki offered very, very beautiful prayers. And he explained who they are and why they were still in the material world, even though they were so wonderful. You know? But then she was thinking, oh my goodness, Kamsa is going to kill you, become a little baby again. And then Vasudeva was going to take Krishna to Gokula to hide him. So he started out. We see very, very beautiful paintings. And by his arrangement, everybody just fell asleep. I mean, Krishna didn't have to have Arjuna and everybody engaged in the battle. He could have just made all the Kurus fall asleep. And the Pandavas could have collected all their weapons and whatever else. So this time he took this avenue of development, and we can see everybody got tired and just fell asleep. So right after midnight, and it was a very, very dark night, even whatever the moon was there was covered. Vasudeva was walking out with Krishna in a basket. And eventually, to protect him from the storm, Ananta Sesha became an umbrella to protect Krishna. And because Jamuna also wanted to play with Krishna, to touch Krishna, he fell in the water for a moment, so his feet touched the Jamuna. But then Vasudeva was frantic, oh, I've lost Krishna. But again, he found him and continued on with Krishna. Woo! Lightning, thunder, boom, rah, clackety clack. Woo! So Krishna may appear in our lives. We may get some very nice service, or we may get some very nice ability, but then trying to bring that into a nice atmosphere, we may have to carry Krishna on our head and go through so many threatening waves, but Ananta Sesha will help us. And this is a very nice picture. It looks very old, Baby Krishna looks like that Tukaram fellow. And Ananta Sesha just has one head. And there's some kind of like tiger or lion fellow there. I'm not sure, Vasudeva. It's a very, very old painting, very nice. People have been observing of Janmashtami for so many years. Rupa Goswami has an entire book, Sri Krishna Janmatiti, and he's describing how to do the Abhishek and all the prayers and everything else. You can just imagine what Sri Radha Govinda temple in Vrindavan was like during Janmashtami. The river Jamuna was just right in front of the front door almost. So many boats must have been there, so much decoration. All the architraves must have been full of beautiful lamps. So many different musical groups must have been competing to have time to sit above and play. Dramas, cooking. Who wants to go and join Rupa Goswami's Janmashtami and have full energy, to participate? And here's Devaki or Yashoda. So, of course, it's present for so many dramas like that, presented again and again. And here, Vasudeva came very quietly. It says that Mother Yashoda, after the hard labor of childbirth, wasn't conscious of whether she had given birth to a boy or a girl. So then Vasudeva was able to exchange Krishna with Subhadra, and left. And Mother Yashoda had been then given the benediction of becoming the mother of Krishna. Of course, Devaki was carrying him. So she had a very intimate relationship to them, which Yashoda didn't have. So then Vasudeva brought him back and everybody woke up and all the locks are back in place. And then Kamsa came and tried to grab the baby, and Devaki was giving very piteous pleas, don't kill her. She's a little girl. She'll become the wife of your children. But Kamsa was so cruel, he tried to smash the little girl. But she slipped out of his hands and went up into the sky. Kamsa, you are such a fool. Ha ha ha, Kamsa. You think you can kill me? The cause of your death is already born someplace else. So then Kamsa tried lamenting and let them go. But very next day, practically speaking, again, his bad association led him back into the bad habits. So we have to learn how to associate with all kinds of people so we can, those who are inferior but are sincere, we should show them mercy. Those who are sincere, superior, we should follow their advice. And we should associate with those on the same level. In every case with service attitude. But of course, it's different how to cooperate with different people. And of course, hopefully we're all learning more and more. Yeah. Okay. So, Shri Krishna Janma Bhoomi Ki Jai, great festival. And of course, there's all these dramas being carried on, and Krishna enters into the body of people who do these things and animates them. You never forget playing these roles. You know? And of course, Govinda Bhoga. Only God could eat this. How many cakes? Tandavika, how many cakes in front of the altar? Standing up there.
12.
Doesn't, yeah?
I think it's 12, Maharaj.
Yeah, 12 cakes. Okay. And also we have so many different kinds of preparations, cooking for Krishna. We can directly experience Krishna. And tomorrow then will be Nandotsava and the festival of Srila Prabhupada. And of course we can also talk about how we're going to celebrate that. Krishna Bhagavan Ki Jai. Okay, so I have one more PowerPoint show here. Prabhupada said on these long festival days, you can do kirtan for 20 minutes, which is very, very enlivening. Then you can do reading for 20 minutes, like we're doing now. And then you can do japa, where we chant 2 rounds. So it's very, very nice. The time goes so quickly if you do that, my own experience. The kirtan is very, very physical. The reading is very mental. And the japa, you can go right from your heart, sharing with other people. But it looks like maybe we're just going to be able to show our other PowerPoint show. Number 2. And this one was Sri Krishna Janmashtami prayers with the demigods. At this time, Lord Brahma, this is when Devaki is carrying Devi Krishna. And this time, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, accompanied by great sages like Narada and followed by many other demigods, invisibly appeared in the house of Om. Oh, that's where they were. They began to pray to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in very select verses, which are very pleasing to the devotees and which award fulfillment of their desires. So yesterday, day before, we could have studied these and maybe for a whole week analyzing them and just become eternally benefited by this process, which award fulfillment of all their desires. So what do you want? You want to offer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different kinds of ice cream to Krishna? Be careful of what you're desiring. Okay. Please repeat, Tandavika. Satya Vratya Satya Param Tri Satyam. Tandavika has disappeared. Somebody else can chant? Follow us.
Satya Vratam Satya Param Tri Satyam.
Satyasya Yonim Nihitam Cha Satye.
Satyasya Yonim Nihitam Cha Satye.
Satyasya Satyam Nita Satya Netram.
Satyasya Satyam Nata Satya Netram.
Satya Makam Tvam Sharanam Prapanaha.
Satya Makam Tvam Saranam Prapanna.
Oh, so all your desires will be fulfilled. Demigods prayed, oh Lord, you never deviate from your vow, which is always perfect because whatever you decide is perfectly correct and cannot be stopped by anyone. Being present in the 3 phases of cosmic manifestation, creation, maintenance, and annihilation, you are the supreme truth. Indeed, unless one is completely truthful, one cannot achieve your favor. Oh, okay. Which therefore cannot be achieved by hypocrites. Okay. You are the active principle, the real truth in all the ingredients of creation, and therefore you are known as Antaryami, the inner force. You are equal to everyone, and your instructions apply for everyone, for all time. Well, we have to change things. When Prabhupada was preaching, it was a different circumstance. Now we need to change things. Well, certain basic principles that Prabhupada is preaching are always true. You are the beginning of all truth. Therefore, offering our obeisances, we surrender unto you. Give us your protection. Yay, yay, Ravin Daksha Vimukti Nas Twaya Sadbhava Vishu Dabudaya Aruya Krishchaya Paramparam Tataha Vatantiyado Nagarita Yusmad Andraya. Someone may say that aside from devotees who always seek shelter at the Lord's lotus feet, there are those who are not devotees, but who have accepted different processes for attaining salvation. What happened to them? In answer to this question, Lord Brahma and other demigods say, O lotus-eyed Lord, all the non-devotees who accept severe austerities and penances to achieve the highest position may think themselves liberated. Their intelligence is impure. They fall down from their position of imagined superiority because they have no regard for your lotus feet. So many very powerful yogis, Buddhist monks, and other people, Christians, but who really are impersonalists, without getting the lotus feet of Krishna, you can't stay there. Shrinvan Grinam Sansmarayang Chatinchayan Namani Rupani Cha Mangalani Tai Kriyashya Yastwat Sharanara Vindayor Avishta Chaitana Babaya Kalpate. Even while engaged in various activities, devotees whose minds are completely absorbed at your lotus feet, this is relevant to our discussion last night, and who constantly hear, chant, contemplate, and cause others to remember your transcendental names and forms, are always on the transcendental platform, unless they can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So if we just talk about the taste and water, the light of the sun, the lion, then we're engaging other people in thinking about Krishna. Okay. And I can't read this. Something rather academic career is not guru. Rather, guru is one who presents Bhagavad Gita, Krishna's instructions as it is. Shravanam is very important. One must hear from the Vaishnava sadhu, guru, shastra. The word kriyashu means by manual labor or by work. This is very important in this verse. One should engage in practical service to the Lord. In our Krishna consciousness movement, all our activities are concentrated on distributing literature. Okay. So making money to support the whole process in so many ways. This is very important. One may approach any person and induce him to read Krishna conscious literature, so that in the future he also may become a devotee. Such activities are recommended in this verse. Kriyashu yach twach charanara vindayo. Such activities will always remind the devotee of the Lord's lotus feet. By fully concentrating on distributing books for Krishna, one is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness. This is samadhi. So it's a very, very nice purport in these prayers. And this is it, even if, again, like we were saying, that maybe we won't, that maybe in previous lifetime we see devotees. I know I have disciples who are in a different world. I'm seeing one of them, Jambavati. She's so like fanatic about the Christmas marathon that she was coughing up blood. The devotees had almost lock her up to keep her from going out. But then in exchange, they have experiences which are along with any saint in any tradition. So, like Nitin Gaur Sundar saying, maybe we won't achieve this in one lifetime, but we can do the work necessary that in our next birth we'll be in a certain position and so on. So, Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. We're finishing exactly on time because we are German. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Are there any questions? Any comments?
Hare Krishna Maharaj, Hare Krishna devotees, happy Jamashtami.
Kevin G.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please some humble obeisances. Yeah, Maharaj, I was just going to say something about the comment about the I liked what you were saying about the whole Kali Yuga, the military being misused, the whole section that was gone over we were reading when you were describing. Yeah, that's. I was going to comment say that seems to be the case where I was watching someone describe the past use of military and things in Kali Yuga, especially according to United States and whatnot. This man presentation where he was describing the first conflict with Iraq was all because Iraq didn't want to use the petrodollar printing Federal Reserve currency printing. They wanted to use the euro instead, so it was just to say they had weapons of mass destruction. So we infiltrate and go there and try to muscle them. And so it's interesting. It showed that it relates to today's situation. You could see gross materialists are trying to lord over very quickly, and yeah, it's that is very interesting.
No, it's a fact. If we right now. Okay, and so what's the solution? As much as possible. So let's continue with the kirtan. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna. And we'll be over at Radha Mark's house by 11:15.
Thank you, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Okay, so we'll turn it over to Hemlata. Hemlata Didi, please go ahead.
Hare Krishna, Adamat Pranam. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I was supposed to read Krishna book, so I just want to know whether I should read preface intro or from chapter 1.
But prayers by demigods. Prayer by demigod for Lord Krishna, when for Lord Krishna in the womb. Both Prabhupada, Maharaj was reading a couple of verses from that. Second chapter.
You want, okay, second chapter.
You can also see Radha Natpur now.
Yeah. Very bold.
These outfits were made for the deities by Nina Auntie.
Thank you, Haribol. Okay, so let's read for the pleasure of Radha Natwar. Chapter 2, Krishna book by Srila Prabhupada, titled Prayers by the Demigods for Lord Krishna in the Womb. King Kamsa not only occupied the kingdoms of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties and the kingdom of Surasena, but he also made alliances with all the other demoniac kings as follows: the demon Pralamba, demon Baka, demon Chanura, demon Trinavarta, demon Aghasura, demon Mushtika, demon Arishta, demon Dvivida, demon Putana, demon Keshi, and demon Dhenuka. At that time, Jarasandha was the king of Magadha province, known at present as Bihar state. Thus, by his diplomatic policy, Kamsa consolidated the most powerful kingdom of his time under the protection of Jarasandha. He made further alliances with such kings as Banasura, Bhaumasura, until he was the strongest. Then he began to behave most inimically toward the Yadu dynasty, into which Krishna was to take his birth. Being harassed by Kamsa, the kings of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties began to take shelter in different states, such as the state of the Kurus, the state of Panchalas, and the states known as Kekaya, Salva, Shalva, Vidarbha, Nishada, Videha, and Koshala. Kamsa broke the solidarity of the Yadu kingdom as well as the Bhoja and Andhaka. He made his position the most solid within the vast tract of land known at the time as Bharatavarsha. When Kamsa was killing the 6 babies of Devaki and Vasudeva one after another, many friends and relatives of Kamsa approached him and requested him to discontinue these heinous activities, but all of them became worshippers of Kamsa. When Devaki became pregnant for the 7th time, a plenary expansion of Krishna, known as Ananta, appeared within her womb. Devaki was overwhelmed with both jubilation and lamentation. She was joyful, for she could understand that Lord Vishnu had taken shelter within her womb, but at the same time, she was sorry that as soon as her child would come out, Kamsa would kill him. At that time, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, being compassionate upon the Yadus, who were fearful due to the atrocities committed by Kamsa, ordered the appearance of Yogamaya, his internal potency. Krishna is the Lord of the universe, but he is specially the Lord of the Yadu dynasty. Yogamaya is the principal potency of the personality of Godhead. In the Vedas, it is stated that the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has multipotencies. Parashishaktir vividhaiva shruyate. All the different potencies are acting externally and internally, and Yogamaya is the chief of all potencies. The Lord ordered the appearance of Yogamaya in the land of Rajabhumi in Vrindavana, which is always decorated and full with beautiful cows. In Vrindavana, Rohini, one of the wives of Vasudeva, was residing at the house of King Nanda and Queen Yashoda. Not only Rohini, but many others in the Yadu dynasty were scattered all over the country due to their fear of the atrocities of Kamsa. Some of them were even living in the caves of the mountains. The Lord thus informed Yogamaya, under the imprisonment of Kamsa are Devaki and Vasudeva, and at the present moment my plenary expansion Shesha is within the womb of Devaki. You can arrange the transfer of Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. After this arrangement, I am personally going to appear in the womb of Devaki with my full potencies. Then I shall appear as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, and you shall appear as the daughter of Nanda and Yashoda in Vrindavana. It should be Gokul. Since you will appear as my contemporary sister, and since you will quickly satisfy desires for sense gratification, people within the world will worship you with all kinds of valuable presentations, incense, candles, flowers, and offerings of sacrifice. People who are after materialistic perfection will worship you under the different forms of your expansions, which will be named Durga, Bhadrakali, Vijaya, Vaishnavi, Kumuda, Chandika, Krishna, Madhavi, Kanyaka, Maya, Narayani, Ishani, Sharada, and Ambika. Krishna and Yogamaya appeared as brother and sister, the Supreme Powerful and the Supreme Power. Although there is no clear distinction between the powerful and the power, power is always subordinate to the powerful. Those who are materialistic are worshippers of the power, but those who are transcendentalists are worshippers of the powerful. Haribo. Krishna is the supreme powerful, and Durga is the supreme power within the material world. Actually, People in the Vedic culture worship both the powerful and the power. There are many hundreds and thousands of temples of Vishnu and Devi, and sometimes they are worshipped simultaneously. The worshipper of the power, Durga, or the external energy of Krishna, may achieve all kinds of material success very easily, but anyone who wants to be elevated transcendentally must engage in the worshipping the powerful in Krishna consciousness. The Lord also declared to Yogamaya, my plenary expansion, Anantashesha, is within the womb of Devaki. On account of being forcibly attracted to the womb of Devaki, he will be known as Shankarshana and will be the source of all spiritual power, or bala, by which one can attain the highest bliss of life, which is called Ramana. Therefore, the plenary expansion Ananta will be known after his appearance either as Sankarshana or as Balarama. In the Upanishads, it is stated, Nayamatma Balahina Labdya. The purport is that one cannot attain the supreme platform of self realization without being sufficiently favored by Balarama. Bala does not mean physical strength. No one can attain spiritual perfection by physical strength. One must have the spiritual strength which is infused by Balarama or Sankarshana. Ananta or Sesha is the source of the power which sustains all the planets in their different positions. Materially, this sustaining power is known as the law of gravitation, but actually, it is a display of the potency of Shankarshana. Balarama or Shankarshana is the source of spiritual power or the original spiritual master. Therefore, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, who is also the incarnation of Balarama, is the original spiritual master, and the spiritual master is the representative of Balarama, the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who supplies spiritual strength. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is confirmed that the spiritual master is the manifestation of the mercy of Krishna. Thus, ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yogamaya circumambulated the Lord and then appeared within this material world according to his order. When Yogamaya, the supreme power of the supremely powerful personality of Godhead, transferred Lord Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini, both Devaki and Rohini were under Yogamaya's spell, which is called Yoga Nidra. When this was done, people thought that Devaki's seventh pregnancy had been a miscarriage. Thus, although Balarama appeared as the son of Devaki, he was transferred to the womb of Rohini to appear as her son. After this arrangement, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is always ready to protect his unalloyed devotees, entered within the mind of Vasudeva as the Lord of the whole creation, with full, inconceivable potencies. It is understood in this connection that Lord Krishna, first of all, situated himself in the unalloyed heart of Vasudeva and was then transferred to the heart of Devaki. He was not put into the womb of Devaki by seminal discharge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, by his inconceivable potency, can appear in any way. It is not necessary for him to appear in the ordinary way by seminal injection within the womb of a woman. When Vasudeva was sustaining the form of Supreme Personality of Godhead within his heart, he appeared just like the glowing sun, whose shining rays are always unbearable and scorching to the common man. The form of the Lord, situated in the pure, unalloyed heart of Vasudeva, is not different from the original form of Krishna. The appearance of the form of Krishna anywhere, and specifically within the heart, is called Dharma. Dharma refers not only to Krishna's form, but also to his name, his qualities, and his paraphernalia. Everything becomes manifest simultaneously. Thus, the eternal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead with full potencies was transferred from the mind of Vasudeva to the mind of Devaki, exactly as the setting sun's rays are transferred to the full moon rising in the east. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, thus entered the body of Devaki from the body of Vasudeva without being subject to any of the conditions of an ordinary living entity. Since Krishna was there, it is to be understood that all his plenary expansions, such as Narayana, and incarnations like Lord Narsimha and Varaha, were with him. Haribol. And they were also not subject to the conditions of material existence. In this way, Devaki became the residence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is one without a second and the cause of all creation. Devaki became the residence of the Absolute Truth, but because she was confined within the house of Kamsa, she looked just like a suppressed fire or like misused education. When, fi- when fire is kept, sorry, 1 second, there's no power here. I'll just turn on the torchlight. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Didi, we
Yeah.
can hear you perfectly clear.
Okay. Where was I? Yeah. When fire is kept in a jug, the illuminating rays of the fire cannot be very much appreciated. Similarly, misused knowledge, which does not benefit the people in general, is not very much appreciated. So, Devaki was kept within the prison walls of Kamsa's palace, and no one could see her transcendental beauty, which resulted from her conceiving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kamsa, however, saw the transcendental beauty of his sister Devaki, and he at once concluded that the Supreme Personality of Godhead had taken shelter in her womb. She had never before looked so wonderfully beautiful. He could distinctly understand that there was something wonderful within the womb of Devaki. In this way, Kamsa became perturbed because he was sure that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who would kill him in the future, had now come. Kamsa began to think, what is to be done with Devaki? Surely she has Vishnu or Krishna within her womb. So it is certain that Krishna has come to execute the mission of the demigods. And even if I immediately kill Devaki, his mission cannot be frustrated. Kamsa knew very well that no one can frustrate the purpose of Vishnu. Any intelligent man can understand that the laws of God cannot be violated. His purpose will be served in spite of all the impediments offered by the demons. Kamsa thought, if I kill Devaki at the present moment, Vishnu will enforce his supreme will more vehemently. To kill Devaki just now would be a most abominable act. No one desires to kill his reputation, even in an awkward situation. If I kill Devaki now, my reputation will be spoiled. Devaki is a woman and she is under my shelter. She is pregnant, and if I kill her, immediately my reputation, the results of my pious activities, and my duration of life will all be finished. He further deliberated. A person who is too cruel is as good as dead, even in this lifetime. No one likes a cruel person during his lifetime, and after his death, people curse him. On account of his self identification with the body, he must be degraded and pushed into the darkest region of hell. Hell. Kamsa thus meditated on all the pros and cons of killing Devaki at that time. Kamsa finally decided not to kill Devaki right away, but to wait for the inevitable future. But his mind became absorbed in animosity against the personality of Godhead. He patiently waited for the delivery of the child, expecting to kill him, as he had done previously with the other babies of Devaki. Thus, being merged in the ocean of animosity against the personality of Godhead, he began to think of Krishna or Vishnu while sitting, while sleeping, while walking, while eating, while working, in all the situations of his life. His mind became so much absorbed with the thought of Supreme Personality of Godhead that indirectly he could see only Krishna or Vishnu around him. Unfortunately, although his mind was so absorbed in the thought of Vishnu, he is not recognized as a devotee because he was thinking of Krishna as an enemy. The state of mind of a great devotee is also to be always absorbed in Krishna, but a devotee thinks of him favorably, not unfavorably. To think of Krishna favorably is Krishna consciousness, but to think of Krishna
that time is up.
Okay, but to think of Krishna unfavorably is not Krishna consciousness. Thank you, Prabhu.
Thank you for wonderful reading. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, Darshananti and Kiran uncle, it's your turn.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Same problem. Okay, I'm going to sing Gujarati bhajan first. This sort of an explanation I've given on our website on Radha Network app. गोविंद तेर आंगने वारणालो वारी वारी आंगणीए आवी कान उंगाड़ो नितो तारी चूलणी प्यारे विसारी ओ नंद जी ना लांगणी आरे क्षमा मारा मन प्रीतम जी रे क्षमा मारा मन मोहन जी रे क्षमाराय रंजोर रंगी लारे रोवे रोवे ने कानो आड़ो करे ने एने लेवाड़ी लावी बेसाड़ी सामे ओटी झूलण ने काजे मोहन जी तो मंदिर यामा लोटे ओ नंद जी ना लालनिया रे क्षमा मारा मनना प्रीतम जी रे क्षमा मारा मनना मोहन जी रे हमारा छोड़ रंगी लारी सावरे सोना केरो सोयो मंगाऊने रूपला केरा धागा कंटीला दर्जीने सिवा बेसाडू मारा काना कुंवर जीना वागा नंद रुपया ते गजनी रेजो मंगाऊ तेनू करावीरा तारी टोपी छानो रहेनेला नंदना कुंवर तने परणाऊ व्रजनी गोपी ओ नंद जीना लालनिया रे क्षमा मारा मन मोहन जी रे क्षमा मारा तन्ना प्रीतम जीवे हमारा यवन छोड़ रंगी लाल। जय श्री कृष्ण। हरे कृष्ण। So should we straight away chant or should we say the Vaishnav pranam first?
Choice.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Your choice, Darshana.
But Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Itinamine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Bhagavani Prachari Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschat Desatari Namaste Saraswati Devi Bhagavani Prachari Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschat Desatari Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Radha Nitware, Jai Radha Damodar Radha Damodar Radhe
Shri Radha
Damodar Radha Jai Radha Damodar Radha Damodar Radhe
Shri Radha Damodar Radha Damodar
Jai Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Shri Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan
Jai Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Shri Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan
Jai Radha Ras Bihari Radha Ras Bihari Radhe
Shri Radha Rasi Hari Radha Rasi Hari Radhe
Jai Radha Ras Bihari Radha Ras Bihari Radhe
Shri Radha Rasi Hari Radha Rasi Hari Radhe
Jai Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Radhe
Shri Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Radhe
Jai Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Radhe
Jai Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Radhe
Jai Radha Bhakti Bihari Radha Bhakti Bihari Radhe Radha Bhakti Bihari Radha Bhakti Bihari Radhe Jai Radha Bhakti Bihari Radha Bhakti Bihari Radhe
Shri Radha Bhakti Hari Radha Bhakti Radhe
Jai Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radhe
Shri Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Radhe
Jai Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Radhe
Shri Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Radhe
Jai Radha Kunj Bihari Radha Kunj Bihari Radhe
Shri Radha Bhakti Hari Radha
Kunj Bihari Radhe Jai Radha Kunj Bihari Radha Kunj Bihari Radhe
Shri Radha Bhakti Hari Radha Bhakti Hari Radhe
Jai Radha Natvar Radha Natvar Radhe
Shri Radha Natvar Radha Natvar
Jai Radha Natvar Radha Natvar Radhe
Shri Radha Natvar Radha Natvar
Jai Radha Damodar Radha Damodar Radhe
Shri Radha Damodar Radha
Jai Radha Damodar Radha Damodar Radhe
Shri Radha Damodar Radha Damodar
Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. So now it is Shamji Uncle and Surji Auntie's turn. So Auntie Uncle, please take it away.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namo Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharini Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Pachacha Deshatarini Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna,
Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Nitai Gaur
Hari Bol,
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol,
Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Jaya Radha,
Nate Vara Radha, Nate Vara Radha. Jaya Radha,
Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radha. Jaya Radhe, Jaya Radhe,
Jaya Radhe,
Jaya Jaya Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Hare.
Hare.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare.
Hare
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol,
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaur Hari Bol,
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Uncle. So now I'll request that Abe Uncle take over. From what I understand, he will be reading from the Krishna book. Uncle, can you pick up where Hemlata Didi left off?
Okay.
Chapter 2.
At this time, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, accompanied by the great sages like Narad and followed by many other demigods, invisibly appeared in the house of Kansa. They began to pray to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in said verses, which are very pleasing to the devotees and which award fulfillment of their desires. The first words they spoke acclaimed that the Lord is true to his vow. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna descends to this material world just to protect the pious and destroy the impious. That is his vow. The demigods could understand that the Lord has taken his residence within the womb of Devaki to fulfill his vow. And they were very glad that the Lord was appearing in order to fulfill his mission. Then the demigods address the Lord as Satyam Param, or the supreme absolute truth. Everyone is searching after the truth. That is the philosophical way of life. Demigods give information that the supreme absolute truth is Krishna. One who becomes fully Krishna conscious can attain the absolute truth. Krishna is the absolute truth because, unlike relative truth, he is truth in all three phases of eternal time. Time is divided into past, present, and future. Krishna is the truth always, past, present, and future. In the material world, everything is being controlled by supreme time. In the course of past, present, and future. But before the creation, Krishna was existing, and when there is certain, everything is resting in Krishna. And when this creation is finished, Krishna will remain. Therefore, he is the absolute truth in all circumstances. If there is any truth within this material world, it emanates from the supreme truth, Krishna. If there is any opulence within this material world, the cause of opulence is Krishna. If there is any reputation within this material world, the cause of reputation is Krishna. If there is any strength within this material world, the cause of such strength is Krishna. If there is any wisdom and education within this material world, the cause of such wisdom and education is Krishna. Therefore, Krishna is the source of all relative truths. This material world is composed of five principal elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. And all such elements are emanations from Krishna. The material scientists accept that five primary elements as the cause of the material manifestation, but the elements in their gross and subtle states are produced by Krishna. The living entities who are working within this material world are products of his marginal potency. In the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that the whole manifestation is a combination of two kinds of energies of Krishna, the superior energy and the inferior energy. The living entities are the superior energy, and the dead material elements are his inferior energy. In its dormant stage, everything remains in Krishna. The demigods continue to offer their respectful prayers unto the supreme form of personality of Godhead Krishna by analytical study of material manifestation. What is this material manifestation? It is just like a tree. A tree stands on the ground. Similarly, the trees of the material manifestation is standing on the ground of material nature. This material manifestation is compared to a tree because a tree is ultimately cut off in due course of time. A tree is called vrich. Vrich means things which will be ultimately cut off. Therefore, this tree of material manifestation cannot be accepted as the ultimate truth because it is influenced by time. But Krishna's body is of internal. He existed before the material manifestation. He is existing with while the material manifestation is continuing, and when it will be resolved, he will continue to exist. Therefore, only Krishna can accept accepted as his absolute truth. The Katha Upanishad also cite this example of tree of material manifestation standing on the ground of material nature. This tree has two kinds of fruits, distress and happiness. Those who are living in this tree of the body are just like two birds. One bird is the localized aspect of Krishna, known as Paramatma, and the other bird is the living entity. The living entity is eating the fruits of this material manifestation. Sometimes he eats the fruit of happiness, and sometimes he eats the fruit of distress. But the other bird is not interested in eating the fruit of distress or happiness because he is self-satisfied. The Upanishad, it states that one bird on the tree of the body is eating the fruits and the other bird is simply witnessing. The roots of this tree extend in three directions. This means that the root of the tree is three modes of material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Just as the tree's root expands, and so by association of modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance, one expands his duration of material existence. The taste of the fruits are of four kinds: religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and ultimately liberation. According to the different association in the three modes of material nature, the living entities are tasting different kinds of religiosity, different kind of economic development, different kind of sense gratification, and different kind of liberation. Practically all material work is performed in ignorance. But because there are three qualities, sometimes the quality of ignorance is covered with the goodness of passion. The taste of this material fruits is accepted through five senses. The five senses or organs through which knowledge is acquired are subject to the six kinds of dips: lamentation, illusion, infirmity, death, hunger, and thirst. This material body or the material manifestation is covered by seven layers: skin, blood, marrow, bone, fat, and semen. The branches of trees are eight: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, ego. There are nine gates in this body: the two eyes, the two nostrils, two ears, one mouth, one genital, one rectum, and there are 10 kinds of internal air passing within the body: pran, apan, udan, udan, vyan, saman, etc. The two birds sitting in this tree, as explained above, are the living entities and localized Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma. The root cause of the material manifestation described here is Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead expands himself to take charge of three qualities of the material world. Vishnu takes charge of the mode of goodness, Brahma takes charge of the mode of passion, and Lord Shiva takes charge of the mode of ignorance. Brahma, by the mode of passion, creates his manifestation. Lord Vishnu maintains his manifestation by the mode of goodness, and Lord Shiva annihilates it by the mode of ignorance. The whole creation ultimately rests in the Supreme Person, Supreme Lord. He is the cause of creation, maintenance, and dissolution. And when the whole manifestation it dissolves in its self form as the Supreme Lord's energy, it rests within his body. At present, the demigod prayed, the Supreme Lord Krishna is appearing just for the maintenance of this manifestation. Actually, the supreme cause is one, but less intelligent persons, being deluded by the three modes of material nature, see that the material world is manifested through different causes. Those who are intelligent can see that cause is one, Krishna, and it is stated in the Brahma Samhita, Ishwaram Parama Krishna, Sarva Karanam. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the cause of all causes. Brahma is a deputed agent for creation. Vishnu is the expansion of Krishna for maintenance, and Lord Shiva is the expansion of the Krishna for dissolution. Our Lord, our dear Lord, the demigod prayed, it is very difficult to understand your eternal form or personality. People in general are unable to understand your actual form. Therefore, you are personally descending to exhibit your original eternal form. Somehow people can understand different incarnations of your Lordship, but they are puzzled to understand the eternal form of Krishna with two hands, moving among human beings exactly like one of them. This eternal form of your Lordship gives ever-increasing transcendental pleasure to the devotees. But for the non-devotees, this form is very dangerous. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is very pleasing to the sadhus, parittanam sadhunam. But this form is very dangerous for the demons, because Krishna also descends to kill the demons. He is therefore simultaneously pleasing to the devotees and dangerous to the demons. Our dear lotus-eyed Lord, you are the source of pure goodness. There are many great sages who simply by samadhi or transcendently meditating upon your lotus feet and thus being absorbed in your thought have easily transformed the great ocean of nescience created by the material nature into no more than the water in a calf's hoof print. The purpose of meditation is to focus the mind upon the personality of Godhead, beginning from his lotus feet. Simply by meditation on the lotus feet of the Lord, great sages cross over this vast ocean of material existence without difficulty. O self-illuminated one, the great saintly persons who have crossed over the ocean of nescience by the help of the transcendental boat of your lotus feet have not taken away that boat. It is still lying on this side. If one takes a boat to cross over a river, the boat also gives this with one to the other side of the river, and so when one reaches the destination, how can the same boat be available to those who are still on this side? To answer the difficulty, the demigods say in their prayer that the boat of Lord's lotus feet is not taken away. The devotees still remaining on this side are able to pass over the ocean of material nature because the pure devotees do not take the boat with them when they cross over. When one simply approaches the boat, the whole ocean of material nescience is reduced to the size of the water in a calf's hoof print. Therefore, the devotees do not need to take the boat to the other side. They simply cross the ocean immediately. Because the great saintly person was compassionate towards all conditioned soul, the boat is still lying on this side. In other words, one can meditate upon the lotus feet of the Lord at any time. And by doing so, one can cross over the great ocean of material existence. Meditation means concentration upon the lotus feet of the Lord. Lotus feet indicate the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But those who are impersonalistic do not recognize the lotus feet of the Lord. And therefore, their object of meditation is something impersonal. Demigods express their mature verdict that persons who are interested in meditating upon something wild or impersonal cannot cross over the ocean of nescience. Such persons are simply imagining that they have become liberated. O lotus-eyed Lord, their intelligence is contaminated because they fail to meditate upon the lotus feet of your Lordship. As a result of this neglectful activity, the impersonalists fall down again into the material way of conditioned life. Although they may temporarily rise to the point of impersonal realization, impersonalists undergo severe austerities and penances to merge themselves into the Brahm effluence or impersonal Brahm existence. But their minds are not free from material contamination. They have simply tried to negate the material way of thinking. That doesn't mean they have become liberated. Thus they fall down. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that the impersonalist has to undergo great tribulations in the realizing his ultimate goal. At the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is also stated that without devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot achieve liberation from the bondage of fruitive activities. The statement of Lord Krishna is there in the Bhagavad Gita, and in Srimad Bhagavatam, the statement of great sage Narad is there. And here also the demigods confirms it. Persons who have not taken to the devotional service are understood to have come short of ultimate purpose of knowledge and are not favored by your grace. The impersonalists simply think that they are liberated, but actually they have no feeling for the personality of Godhead. They think that when Krishna comes into the material world, he accepts a material body. They therefore overlook the transcendental body of Krishna. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, Avajanati Mam Mudha. In spite of conquering material lust and rising to the point of liberation, the impersonalists fall down. If they are engaged just in knowing things for the sake of knowledge and do not take to the devotional service of the Lord, they cannot achieve the desired result. Their achievement in the trouble they take, and that's all. It is clearly stated in the Bhagavad Gita that to realize Brahma identification is not all. Brahma identification may help one become joyful without material attachment or detachment and to achieve the platform of equanimity. But after this stage, one has to take to the devotional service. When one takes to the devotional service after being elevated to the platform of Brahma realization, he is then admitted into the spiritual kingdom of permanent residence in the association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the result of devotional service. Those who are devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead never fall down like the impersonalist. Even if the devotees fall down, they remain affectionately attached to their Lord. They can meet all kinds of obstacles on the path of devotional service and freely, without any fear. They can surmount such obstacles. Because of their surrender, they are certain that the Krishna will always protect them. And it is promised by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, my devotees are never vanquished. Our dear Lord, the demigod continued, you have appeared in your original unalloyed form, the eternal form of goodness, for the welfare of all living entities within this material world. Taking advantage of your appearance, all of them can now very easily understand the nature and form of Supreme Personality of Godhead. Person who belong to the four divisions of social order, the brahmacharis, grihastha, vanprastha, and sannyasi, can take all advantage of your appearance. Dear Lord, husband of the goddess of fortune, devotees who are dovetailed in your service do not fall down from their high positions like the impersonalist. Being protected by you, the devotees are able to traverse over the heads of many of the Maya commander-in-chief, who can always put stumbling blocks on the path of liberation. Dear Lord, you appear in your eternal transcendental form for the benefit of living entities so that they can see you face to face and offer their worship, full sacrifice by the ritualistic performance of Vedas, mystic meditation, and devotional service as recommended in the scriptures. Dear Lord, if you did not appear in an eternal transcendental form, full of bliss and knowledge, a form which can eradicate all kinds of speculative ignorance about your position, then all people would simply speculate about you according to their respective modes of material nature. The appearance of Krishna is the answer to all imaginative iconography of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Every imaging in the form of Supreme Personality of Godhead, according to his mode of material nature. In the Brahma Samhita, it is said that the Lord is the oldest person. Therefore, a section of religionists imagine that the God must be very old, and therefore they depict a form of the Lord like a very old man. But in same Brahma Samhita, that is contradicted. Although he is the oldest of all living entities, he has eternal form as a fresh youth. The exact word used in this connection, the Srimad Bhagavatam, are Vijayanam Ajnana Vidhi Ap Marjanam. Vijnanam means transcendental knowledge of Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vijnanam is also experiential knowledge. Transcendental knowledge has to be accepted by the descending process of disciple succession. As Brahma presents the knowledge of Krishna in the Brahma Samhita is Vijnanam as realized by the Brahma's transcendental experience, and in that way he presented the form of past time of the Krishna as the transcendental abode. This knowledge is Ajnana Vihidi Marjanam, that which can smash all kinds of speculation in ignorance People are imagining the form of Lord. Sometimes he has no form and sometimes he has form, according to the different imagination. The presentations of the Krishna in the Brahma Samhita is Vidhi, Jnanam, scientific experience, knowledge given by the Brahma and accepted by Lord Chaitanya. That there is no doubt about it. Krishna form, Krishna's fruit, Krishna's color, everything is reality. Here it is said that Vijnanam is always defeating all kind of speculative knowledge. Therefore, with your appearing as Krishna, you are neither Ajnana Vidhi Vidha Pamardhanam, destruction of the science of the speculative knowledge, nor Vijnanam would be realized. In other words, your appearance will vanquish the ignorance of speculative knowledge and establish the real experience knowledge of authorities of like Brahma. Men influenced by the three modes of material nature imagine their own God according to the mode of material nature. In this way, the God is presented in the various way, but your appearance will establish what is the real form of God is. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Uncle. So next up, Veena auntie, your turn.
Okay. Krishna janam jab bhayo badayale chali hai badayale chali hai lalna gavat mangal lini tanama avamu chali Krishna janam jab bhayo badayale chali hai badayale chali hai ho lalna gavat mangal kwalini tama ahamamu chali ले आओ तेलीन तेल तमोलीन बिड़वा तमोलीन बिड़वा ले आओ मालीन हार कन्हैया जी के जन्म भयो ले आओ मालिन हार कन्हैया जी के जन्म भयो नंद जी ठाड़े आंगन द्रव्य लुटावेला मोहर लुटावेला हो ललना जाचक भय है निहाल जाचक होई के चली हो ललना जाचक है निहाल अजाचक होई के चली धन्य धन्य जशोमती गोदिया खेलावेली गोदिया खेलावेली हो ललना हुलसी हुलसी जिया होई के चीर पियावेली हो ललना हुलसी हुलसी जिया होई के चीर पियावेली हो ओ ललना दही का दो की धूम मचावे गोकुल में मचावे लहो ललना दही सरिता बही जल ले सुख हर सावे फूलन बरसावे लो ललना हुलसी हुलसी जिया होई के चीर पियावे ललना कृष्ण जन्म जब भयो बदयाले चली है बदयाले चली है हो गावत मंगल ग्वालिनी दहमा हम हूँ चली। ओके, अब हम एक छोटा सा कृष्ण के छोटी सी लीला का पढ़ रहे हैं। मैया मोहे बहुरिया लादे, बहुरिया मीन्स दुल्हन लादे। नन्हे कान्हा ने ब्याह करने की हट पकड़ ली है। अब उन्हें संसार की अन्य कोई वस्तु नहीं चाहिए, उनकी तो बस अब दुल्हन की ही मांग है। मैया मोहे बहुरिया लादे, 1300 मेरी सुनी मैया, अब ही ब्याहन जई हो। मैया जशोदा ने के मुख पर लावण्यमयी मुस्कुराहट के साथ साथ झुंझलाहट का भी भाव है। नंद राय जी, रोहिणी जी, बलराम जी सब हंस हंस कर जशोदा जी से कह रहे हैं, नंद रानी तुम ही ने तो प्रस्ताव रखा है, इसके समक्ष अब लाओ इसके लिए एक नन्ही सी बहुरिया। जशोदा जी अवाक किम कर्तव्य विमूढ़ सी बैठी हैं, अपने प्राण धन लाडले की बाल हट सुनकर। कुछ क्षण पूर्व मैया को अपना लाडला लला संभालना दूभर हो रहा था। एक दूसरी हट के कारण जब से नन्हे कान्हा ने आकाश मंडल में चंद्रमा को उदित हुए देखा, चंद्र खिलौना लेने की हट पकड़ ली। जमीन पर लोट लोट कर चंद्र खिलौना लई हो, मैं तो चंद्र खिलौना लई हो। सारा घर आसमान पर उठा रखा था, किसी के भी बहलाने से न माने। हट अधिक अधिक और अधिक बढ़ती ही जा रही थी। चंद्र खिलौना नहीं दोगी तो सुरभि गैया का पै पान न करी हो, तेरी गोद न आई हो, बेनी सर न गुथई हो, तैरो और नंद बाबा का सुत न कहाई हो। ऐसे ऐसे प्रतिज्ञाएं मैया यशोदा तो चकरा भी गई। कैसे मनाऊं अपने लाडले को, सैकड़ों लालच दिए किंतु बाल हट न छूटी। जब किसी भी प्रकार मैया का लाडला प्राणधन न माना, तब अंततः मैया यशोदा ने एक उपाय किया। मैया ने लाला के काना में हंसकर धीरे से फुसफुसाते हुए कहा, मेरे लाडले, यदि तुम चंद्र खिलौना लेने की अपनी हट छोड़ दोगे तो मैं तुम्हारा ब्याह करा दूंगा। यह बात अभी मैंने बस तुम्हें ही बताई है और किसी को नहीं, क्योंकि मैं केवल तुम्हारा ही ब्याह कराऊंगी, बलराम का नहीं। मैया की बात सुनकर अब नन्हे कान्हा को चंद्र खिलौने का स्मरण ही न रहा। अब तो उन्हें बस ब्याह करने की धुन लग गई। तेरी सौगंध मैया, अभी इसी समय ब्याह में चल दूंगा। चल मैया चल, मैं तो अभी बहुरिया लाऊंगा। मैया एक हट छूटी तो दूसरी पकड़ ली। क्या करें मैया, कहाँ से ला कर दे हठीले को इसी समय बहुरिया। अतुल अप्रतिम सौंदर्य युक्त दुर्लभ अविस्मरणीय दृश्य है। नन्हे कान्हा पूर्णतः बाल हट पकड़े हुए हैं। चल मैया ब्याहने चल। घर के सब छोटे बड़े स्नेही जन हंस हंस कर दोहराए हुए जा रहे हैं और मैया जशोदा की तो मति ही चकरा रही है कि कैसे मनाऊं अपने इस लाडले प्राणधन को। हरे कृष्ण। के बाद नंद घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, नंद घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, जशोदा घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, जशोदा घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, जशोदा घर आयो कृष्ण कन्हैया, जशोदा घर आयो कृष्ण कन्हैया, नंद घर भी आई, सवासिन भी आई, मालिन भी आई, सवासिन भी आई, और आई जदुरैया भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया, और आई जदुरैया भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया। मैया लुटावत अन धन सोनवा, मैया लुटावत अन धन सोनवा, बाबा लुटावत देनु गैया, बाबा लुटावत देनु गैया भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया, भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया। ब्रजवासी पावे अन धन सोनवा, ब्रजवासी पावे अन धन सोनवा, ब्राह्मण पावे धेनु गैया भवन में बाजे, ब्राह्मण पावे धेनु गैया भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया, भवन में बाजे बाजे बधैया। नर नंद घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, जशोदा घर बाजे बाजे बधैया, जशोदा घर आयो कृष्ण कन्हैया, जशोदा घर आयो कृष्ण कन्हैया, नंद घर आयो नटखट कन्हैया, नंद घर आयो नटखट कन्हैया, जशोदा घर आयो कृष्ण कन्हैया। टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी टेढ़ी नजरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी टेढ़ी नजरिया, टेढ़ी नजरिया तेरी बाकी नजरिया, टेढ़ो नजरिया तेरी बाकी नजरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी टेढ़ी नजरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी तिरछी नजरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी तिरछी नजरिया। गर्दन तेरो टेढ़ो और कान तेरो टेढ़ो, गर्दन तेरो टेढ़ो और कान तेरो टेढ़ो, टेढ़ो रे श्याम भले खाती कमरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम भले खाती कमरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी बांके नजरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी तिरछी नजरिया। लकुट तेरो टेढ़ो मुकुट तेरो टेढ़ो, लकुट तेरो टेढ़ो मुकुट तेरो टेढ़ो, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी मुख की मुरलिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी मुख की मुरलिया। गोप तेरो टेढ़ो ग्वालिन तेरो टेढ़ो, गोप तेरो टेढ़ो ग्वालिन तेरो टेढ़ो, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी जशोदा मैया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी जशोदा मैया। गोकुल तेरो टेढ़ो वृंदावन तेरो टेढ़ो, गोकुल तेरो टेढ़ो वृंदावन तेरो टेढ़ो, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी मथुरा नगरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी मथुरा नगरिया। भगत तेरो टेढ़ो दास तेरो टेढ़ो, भगत तेरो टेढ़ो दास तेरो टेढ़ो, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी प्रीत की नगरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी प्रीत की नगरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी बांके नगरिया, टेढ़ो रे श्याम तेरी तिरछी नगरिया। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे, हरे कृष्णा की मदन गोपाल की जय कन्हैया लाल की मदन गोपाल की घोड़ा दिया हाथी दिया और दिया पाल की घोड़ा दिया और दिया पाल की गोकुल में धूम मची गिरिधर लाल 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 की नंद घरा नंद भयो जय कन्हैया लाल की नंद घरा कन्हैया लाल की कौन चढ़े हाथी घोड़ा कौन चढ़े पाल की कौन चढ़े हाथी घोड़ा कौन चढ़े पाल की लैकन चढ़े हाथी घोड़ा बुढ़वन चढ़े पाल की लैकन चढ़े हाथी घोड़ा बुढ़वन चढ़े पाल की जय कन्हैया लाल 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 की हरे कृष्ण
Thank you, Auntie. So now I'll ask Ramgiridhari Prabhu to take it over. Prabhu, are you going to read or are you going to sing?
I will sing one small bhajan, then I will share some Krishna Katha, whatever, little bit I know.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I'll sing this song Radha Krishna Pranamor Jugala Kishore. Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora Radha Krishna Pranamora Jugala Kishora जीवने माराणे गति आरो नाही मोर जीवने माराणे गति आरो नाही मोरा राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा कालिंदिरा कुले केली कदम्बेरवना रतनाभिधीरा उपरा बोस बोधुजना राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा श्याम गौरी अंगे दीपो चंदनेर गंधा चामरारुलभो कबे हेरि मूक चंद्रा राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा गतिया मालतीर्माला दिबो दोहरा गले आदरे तुलिया दिबो कर्पूर तांबूले राधा कृष्णा प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा ललिता विशाखा आदि जत सखी वृंदा अज्ञया कोरीबो सेवा चरणारविंदा राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु दासेरनुदास सेवा भिलाषा कोरे नरोत्तम दासा राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा जीवने माराणे गति हारो नाही मोर राधा कृष्ण प्राण मोरा जुगल किशोरा जय राधा नटवर राधे जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय प्रभुपाद नीताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल जय श्री श्री राधा नटवर भगवान की जय जन्माष्टमी महोत्सव की जय निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल First of all, please accept my humble obeisances. Maharaj, please, accept my humble obeisances and all other assembled devotees too. It's a very auspicious and wonderful day, and it's additionally wonderful for me because our Janmashtami celebration is still on for me. Technically, last night or early morning today, we had finished our festival in the temple, Janmashtami festival. Today, the Prabhupada's festival is started, but I still didn't want to miss this opportunity to be with you all. So it's a pleasure and also a privilege to continue this glorification of the Supreme Lord. Whilst I had desire to churn all the 4 unique qualities of Krishna, but sometime later we can do that. I would want to share 3 important reflections on Janmashtami. I mean, there are plenty we can say, or reflections or realizations or some share that I want to do. Number 1 is about 4 wonder Vasudeva observed when Krishna appeared. So what happened was, let me keep the time on. So Kamsa is already anxious. Situation has gone out of control. All his plans to rule the whole universe is kind of in a question mark, because the Akashavani has bothered him too much, even though he has arrested his sister and Jijaji, and also had killed the sixth child. So Kamsa thought, what is my duty now? Because the Supreme Lord, who knows his purpose, will not give up his prowess. And he knew, even though he is not a devotee, he knew Krishna is powerful. The Supreme Lord is powerful. He knows the history. Hiranyakashipu ko kya hua, and what all happened to Ravana and various other demons. So he knew if he has made a commitment, he will come and he will definitely show off and make sure that I'm punished. And so he thought, maybe I will kill my sister. I will kill her so that the problem is permanently solved. Because Akashvani is that 8th son of Devaki only will come. So if no Devaki is not even existing, so then there is no problem. No? But then another anartha of him, stopped it. What was that? Oh, she is a woman and she is my sister and she is pregnant also. If I kill her, what will happen to my reputation? So all my friends, all the people who said Darke Mare, he has been afraid of a woman. He has been afraid of his own sister and, killed her, how can he claim himself as a Parakramashali? How can he claim himself as a very, a strong guy? So he didn't want to get insulted. He didn't want to get, he didn't want to get humiliated that way. So what happened was, day in, day out, his thought was completely occupied with Krishna. So he's constantly thinking of Krishna, 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 while he's going to the bed, while he's awake, while he's lying on the bed, he's just rolling here and there. When he's talking to people, when he's eating, walking, sleeping, every time Krishna's thoughts are dominating him. Sukadeva Goswami explains, a person who is very cruel is regarded as dead even while living. For while he is living or after his death, everyone condemns him. And after the death of a person in the bodily concept of life, he is undoubtedly transferred to the hell known as Andatama. So, message here is, you being Krishna conscious is not this way because you are bodily conscious, because he is constantly thinking about Krishna as an enemy. So acharyas condemn that such kind of a remembrance is not conducive in our devotional life. So on the contrary, the demigods, as just Abhay Prabhu read in that particular chapter, in the second chapter, the demigods, they are awaiting Krishna's arrival. They are also constantly thinking, and there is a celebration going on there. So what happened was, within the prison, even though 6th child had been killed and Balaram had done a trick to leave the womb, so the scenario, the situation was a bit gloomy. So all the demigods from Brahma, Indra, and all the demigods decided that now Krishna is going to appear. Let's celebrate. And what was the way of the celebration? The way of celebration was, just glorify the Lord. So my first reflection or first realization is, even though we have a lockdown situation and we are all in our own respective houses, the first lockdown Janmashtami was celebrated by Vasudeva, because Vasudeva was in the jail, and Vasudeva did not have flowers, did not have all the Abhishek Samagri. Vasudeva did not have any arrangements, and Vasudeva stayed in the jail. The way Vasudeva and the demigods welcomed the Lord is a very good, inspiration for us also to celebrate Janmashtami in a much pomp manner, because it is explained that the demigods came and they glorified the Lord, several prayers, and just after the prayers, the entire environment became, completely transformed. It became a very surcharged environment. So the way we all, every time when we gather in the Sangha, glorify Krishna, how I get, I'm sure you all will also get surcharged. And when glorifying Krishna, that moment, that place, our consciousness become highly purified. So Krishna came out of Devaki's womb, and Vasudeva observed 4 wonderful things. Adbhuta, that this 4 Adbhuta, which was surprising as well as amazing for Vasudeva. This is explained in 10th canto, 3rd chapter, text number 10 and 11. Number 1, Lord was not afraid to appear in the prison. He is Supreme Lord. He didn't feel afraid to be born in the prison. We all have our own profile, where we want to do service, where we want to be associated, what we want to do, what we don't want to do. But here the Lord is choosing to be in the prison because he gave importance to the candidate with whom you want to be associated rather than the place where you want to be. So that was, that Vasudeva thought, it is highly surprising that, how Lord chose to come in a prison. The second thing, the Lord appeared from the womb. Even though he is Supreme Personality of Godhead, like Narsingadev, he could have come from a pillar. He could have, like Matsya Avatar, he could have come. There are several incarnations where he has manifested in his own unique, wonderful way. But here the Lord is appearing from the womb. So that was very surprising for Vasudev. And third is, whilst he came out from the womb, unlike all the other children, he was not covered with blood, urine, and mucus and other dirty liquids. He appeared from the womb fully decorated. Adaram maduram vadanam maduram nayanam maduram hasitam maduram. Beautiful. His form, his eyes, his smile, his everything was so beautiful. So he appeared from them fully decorated. And more so, the fourth thing was, Vasudeva saw his own worshipable deity appeared as his son. So Sukadeva Goswami explained that the sorrow moment completely got transformed after the prayers. And then when Yogamaya took over that scene, Vasudeva and Devaki totally forgot what they were put into up till this point in time. Now they were having a very, transcendental moment, and they are witnessing their own son, so beautiful form. And after this, Vasudeva, in the heart of heart, he gave charity to all. So all the desires that he had to celebrate his son's birthday, Vasudeva celebrated from his heart. Even though 11 years later, when Krishna came to Mathura, that's when once again they celebrated Krishna's appearance. But the first lockdown Janmashtami was celebrated by Vasudeva. Of course, there are several other, lockdown episodes. There's a devotee by name Narsimananda Brahmachari in Chaitanya Charitamrita, we explained, where he couldn't travel with Mahaprabhu to Vrindavan. So he stayed at his home, glorified, desired, remembered how all he wanted to serve Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he did the service. And when Mahaprabhu came back, he hugged him and thanked him and saying that what a wonderful service that you rendered. So the way we are celebrating Janmashtami with all the restrictions, so we are definitely, not missing anything, so long as we are in the association of devotees and glorifying the Lord. And the second thing that I wanted to share was about this Janmashtami, when we are, Krishna is telling this to gopis. When gopis were taking bath, Krishna went and started playing with them. He says, Etavat janmasapalyam dehina iha dehishu pranair artair diya vacha shreyad acharanam sada. So on this Janmashtami day, I would like to offer a prayer, submit to the lotus feet of all the assembled Vaishnavas, so that this instruction of Krishna we could be able to, live up to. Pranair artair diya vacha. Life, wealth, intelligence, and words. So may we engage in the service of the Lord, which Krishna is expecting us to do. So on this auspicious day of Janmashtami, may all the spiritual blessings be upon us, so that we all can become a useful servant in the service of Srila Prabhupada. And last but not least, that this Krishna Janmashtami celebration that is happening in Mumbai and US and various other places, it is explained that this Krishna Janmashtami celebration, this Vaibhava, is happening all over the universe. And it is said that the Supreme Lord can be perceived in 5 forms. Para, which means the Lord in the spiritual abode. Vyuha, Vaibhava, Antaryami, and Nama. And there's one more I forgot. So Para is the Lord in the spiritual abode. We can't realize them. We can't know him. I can't know him. The Lord as Vyuha, expansions. still I don't have access to. The Lord as Antaryami, only very unique, special qualified devotees can, relate to them. But the remaining three, I remembered, Archa Vigraha, Nama, and Vaibhava are three things by which we can come in contact with the Lord and glorify Him. So on this Janmashtami day, the way we are celebrating Janmashtami by bathing the Lord in His Archa Vigraha form, by glorifying the Lord in His holy name form, and discussing His pastimes as Vaibhava. Vibhava means, Vaibhava, so Vaibhava means pastimes. So by just talking about the Lord's pastimes, we can get to see the darshan of the Lord. So, and the Lord having unique qualities, Rupa Madhuri, Venu Madhuri, Leela Madhuri, Prema Madhuri, which is very, very unique to the Lord. So we are already doing some part of Krishna's Leela Smaran, Krishna's, holy name, Krishna's form, several attributes have been discussed. So let's connect these three dots, Archa Vigraha, holy name, and Leela. So by this, we will be able to develop some love and attachment to Krishna, so that we eventually understand the due course about Antaryami and eventually go back home, back to Godhead. Krishna Janmashtami celebrations ki jai. Thank you so much. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. So now on the schedule is Tandavika Prabhu.
Thank you,
Prabhu.
Prabhuji. I'm going to chant, Prabhu. Come in, Prabhu. Could you be my responder? Come in, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Shri Prabhu.
Okay, thank you. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine.
Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pracharini Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Desattarini.
Namaste Saraswati Devi Pracharine
Prabhupada.
Shisha Shunyavadi
Prabhupada.
Adishatarine.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Nityananda
Nityananda
Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda.
Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Natabara Radha Natabara Radhe.
Jaya Radha Nata Bada Radha Nata Bada Radhe.
Jaya Radha Natabara Radha Natabara Radhe.
Jaya Radha Nata Bada Radha Nata Bada Radha.
Jaya Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara.
Jaya Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara.
Jaya Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara Nitai Gosundara.
Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara Nitai Gorsundara.
Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada.
Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva.
Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva.
Thank you, Kevin Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Vishnu Charandas, it's your turn, I think.
That's correct. All right, Vishnu Prabhu.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read the Krishna book then. The highest blunder committed by the impersonalist is to think that when the incarnation of God comes, he accepts the form of matter in the mode of goodness. Actually, the form of Krishna Narayan is transcendental to any material idea. Even the greatest impersonalist, Shankaracharya, has admitted Narayana Paro Vyakta. The material creation is caused by the avyakta, impersonal manifestation of matter, or the non-phenomenal total reservoir of matter. But Krishna is transcendental to that material conception. That is expressed in the Srimad Bhagavatam as Shuddha Sattva, or transcendental goodness. He does not belong to the material mode of goodness, and he is above the position of material goodness. He belongs to the transcendental, eternal status of bliss and knowledge. Dear Lord, when you appear in your different incarnations, you take different names and forms according to different situations. Lord Krishna is your name because you are attractive. You are called Shamsundar because of your transcendental beauty. Shama means blackish, yet it is said that you are more beautiful than thousands of cupids. Kandarpa Koti Kamaniya. Although you appear in a color which is compared to the blackish cloud, because you are the transcendental absolute, your beauty is many, many times more attractive than the delicate body of Cupid. Sometimes you are called Giridhari because you lived at the hill known as Govardhan. You are sometimes called Nandanandan or Vasudeva or Devaki Nandana because you appear as son of Maharaj Nanda or Vasudeva or Devaki. Impersonalists think that your name or forms are given according to the particular type of work and quality because they accept your form, they accept you from the position of a material observer. Our dear Lord, the way of understanding is not to study your absolute nature, your form, and activities by mental speculation. One must engage himself in devotional service. Then one can understand your absolute nature and your transcendental form, name, and qualities. Actually, only a person who has a little taste for the service of your lotus feet can understand your transcendental nature or form and qualities. Others may go on speculating for millions of years, but it is not possible for them to understand even a single part of your actual position. In other words, the Supreme Personality God Krishna cannot be understood by the non-devotees because there is a curtain of Yoga Maya which covers Krishna's actual features, as confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, Nam Paraksha Sarvasya. The Lord says, I am not exposed to anyone or anyone. When Krishna came, he was actually present at the Battle of Kurukshetra, and everyone saw him, but not everyone could understand. And that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Still, everyone who died in his presence attained complete liberation from material bondage and was transferred to the spiritual world. Oh Lord, the impersonalists or non-devotees cannot understand that your name is identical with your form. Since the Lord is absolute, there is no difference between his name and his actual form. In the material world, there is a difference between form and name. The mango fruit is different from the name of the mango. One cannot taste the mango fruit simply by chanting mango, mango, mango. But the devotee who knows that there is no difference between the name and the form of Lord chants Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, and realizes that he is always in Krishna's company. For persons who are not very advanced in the absolute knowledge of Supreme Lord Krishna exhibits his in the pastimes. Such persons can simply think of the pastime of the Lord and get full benefit. Since there is no difference between the transcendental name and form of the Lord, there is no difference between the transcendental pastimes and the form of the Lord. For those who are less intelligent, like women, laborers, or mercantile class, the great say Vyasadeva wrote the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, Krishna is present in his different activities. The Mahabharata is a story, is history, and simply by studying, hearing, and memorizing the transcendental activities of Krishna, the less intelligent can also gradually rise to the standard of pure devotees. The pure devotees who are always absorbed in the thoughts of the transcendental lotus feet of Krishna and who are always engaged in a devotional service in the full Krishna consciousness are never to be considered to be in the material world. Sri Rupa Goswami has explained that those who are always engaged in Krishna consciousness with body, mind, and activities are to be considered liberated even within this body. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Those who are engaged in the devotional service of the Lord have already transcended the material position. Krishna appears in order to give a chance to both the devotees and the non-devotees for realization of the ultimate goal of life. The devotees get the direct chance to see him and worship him. Those who are not on the platform get the chance to become acquainted with his activities and thus become elevated to the same position. Our dear Lord, O Supreme Controller, when you appear on earth, all the demons like Kamsa and Jarasandha will be vanquished, and all good fortune will be ushered into the world. When you walk on the globe, your lotus feet will impress on the ground of the marks of your souls, such as the flag, the trident, and the thunderbolt. Thus, you will grace both the earth and us on the heavenly planets who shall see those marks. O dear Lord, the demigods continued, you are unborn, therefore we do not find any reason for your appearance other than for your pleasurable pastimes. Although the reason for the appearance of the Lord is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, he descends just to give protection to the devotees and vanquishes the non-devotees. Actually, he descends for the pleasure meeting with the devotees and not really to vanquish the non-devotees. The non-devotees can be vanquished simply by one kick of material nature. The action, the reactions of material nature, creation, maintenance, and annihilation are being carried out automatically. But simply by taking shelter of your name, the devotees are fully protected because your holy name and your personalities are not different. The protection of the devotees and the annihilation of the non-devotees are actually not the business of the Supreme Personality Godhead. When he descends, it is just for his transcendental pleasure. There cannot be any other reason for his appearance. Our dear Lord, you are appearing at the best as the best of the Yadu dynasty, and we are offering our respectful, humble obeisance to your lotus feet. Before this appearance, you also appeared as the fish incarnation, as the horse incarnation, as the tortoise incarnation, as the half man, half lion incarnation, as the boar incarnation, as the swan incarnation, as King Ramchandra, or as Parsuram, and as many other incarnations. You appeared just to protect the devotees, and we request you in your present appearance as the Supreme Personality Godhead himself to give us similar protection all over the three worlds and remove all obstacles for the peaceful execution of our lives. Dear Mother Devaki, within your womb is the Supreme Personality Godhead appearing along with all his plenary extensions. He is the original Personality Godhead appearing for our welfare. Therefore, you should not be afraid of your brother, the King of Gold. Your son, Lord Krishna, who is the original Personality Godhead, will appear for the protection of the pious Yadu dynasty. The Lord is appearing not alone, but accompanied by his immediate plenary portion of Baladev. Devaki was very much afraid of his brother Kansa because he had already killed so many of her children. So she was very anxious about Krishna. In the view of Purana, in the Vishnu Purana, they stated that in order to pacify Devaki, all the demigods, along with their wives, used to visit her to encourage her not to be afraid of her son who would kill, used to visit her to encourage her not to be afraid that her son would be killed by Kamsa. Krishna, who was within her womb, was to appear not only to diminish the burden of the world, but especially to protect the interests of the other dynasty and certainly to protect Devaki and Vasudeva. It is understood that Krishna had been transferred from the mind of Vasudeva to the mind of Devaki, and from there to her womb. Thus, all the demigods worship Devaki and the mother of Krishna. And after thus worshipping the transcendental form of the Lord, all the demigods with Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva placed in front departed for the heavenly abode. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the second chapter of Krishna prayers by the demigods from the for Lord Krishna in the womb. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, the birth of Lord Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that his appearance, birth, and activities are all transcendental, and that one who understands them factually becomes immediately eligible to be transferred to the spiritual world. The Lord's appearance or birth is not like that of an ordinary man who is forced to accept material body according to his past deeds. The Lord's appearance is explained in the second chapter. He appears out of his own sweet pleasure. When the time was mature for the appearance of the Lord, the constellations became very auspicious. The astrological influence of the star known as Rohini was predominant. This star is considered to be very auspicious and is under the direct supervision of Brahma. According to the astrological conclusions, besides the proper situation of the star, there are auspicious and inauspicious moments due to the different situations of the different planetary systems. At the time of Krishna's birth, the planetary system was automatically adjusted so that everything became auspicious. At that time, in all directions, east, west, south, north, everywhere, there was an atmosphere of peace and prosperity. There were auspicious stars visible in the sky and on the surface of the earth. In all the towns and villages and pasturing grounds and within the minds of everyone, there were signs of good fortune. The rivers were flowing full of waters, and the lakes were beautifully decorated with lotus flowers. The forests were full with beautiful birds and peacocks. All the birds within the forest began to sing with sweet voices, and the peacocks began to dance along with their concerts. The wind blew very pleasantly, carrying the aroma of different flowers, and the sensation of the bodily touch were very pleasing. At home, these Brahmins who were accustomed to offering sacrifice and fire found their homes very pleasant for offerings due to the disturbance created by the Divine kings. The sacrificial fire had been almost stopped in the houses of the Brahmins, but now they could find the opportunity to start the fire peacefully. Being forbidden to offer sacrifices, the Brahmins had been very much distressed in mind, intelligence, and activities, but just on the point of Krishna's appearance, automatically their minds became full of joy because they could hear transcendental vibrations in the sky proclaiming the appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The denizens of Gandharva and Kinnar planets began to sing, and the denizens of Siddhaloka and the planets of the Chandra began to offer prayers in the service of the Personality of Godhead. And the heavenly planets, the angels and their wives, along with the Vidyadharas and their wives, began to dance. The great sages and the demigods, being pleased, began to shower flowers. At the seashore, there was a sound of mild waves, and above the sea, there were clouds in the sky, which began to thunder very pleasingly. When things were very adjusted like this, Lord Vishnu, who is residing within the heart of every living entity, appeared in the darkness of night as the Supreme Personality of Godhead before Devaki, who appeared as one of the demigoddesses. The appearance of Lord Vishnu at that time could be compared to the rising of the full moon over the eastern horizon. The objection may be raised that since Lord Krishna appeared on the 8th day of the waning moon, there could be no rising of the full moon. In answer to that, this may be said that Lord Krishna appeared in the dynasty which is in the hierarchy of the moon. Therefore, although the moon was incomplete or on that night because of the Lord's appearance in the dynasty we're in, the moon is himself the original person. The moon was in the overjoyous condition. So by the grace of Krishna, he could appear just like full moon. In an astronomic treaty by the name Kamanika. The constellations at this time of appearance of Lord Krishna is very nicely described. It is confirmed that the child born at that auspicious moment was the supreme Brahman, or the absolute truth. Vasudeva saw that wonderful child born as a baby with 4 hands, holding constitutional club, disc, and lotus flower, decorated with the mark of Sivasta, wearing the jewel necklace of Kaustubha stone, dressed in yellow silk, appearing dazzling like a brilliant blackish cloud, wearing a helmet bedecked with the Vidorya stone, valuable bracelets, earrings, and similar other ornaments all over his body, and beautified by the abundance of hair on his head. Due to the extraordinary features of the child, Vasudeva was struck with wonder. How could a newly born child be so decorated? Vasudeva could therefore understand that Lord Krishna had now appeared, and he became overpowered by the occasion. Vasudeva was very humbly wondered that although he was an ordinary living entity conditioned by material nature and was externally imprisoned by Kamsa, the all-pervading personality of God, Vishnu or Krishna, had appeared as a child in his home exactly in his original position. No earthly child is born with 4 hands decorated with ornaments and nice clothing, fully equipped with all the signs of the Supreme Personality Godhead. Over and over again, Vasudeva glanced at his child and he considered how to celebrate the auspicious moment. Generally, when the male child is born, he thought people observe the occasion with jubilant celebration. And my home, although I am imprisoned, the Supreme Personality Godhead has taken birth. How many millions of times should I be prepared to observe that auspicious ceremony? When Vasudeva, who is also called Ananka Dubi, was looking at this newborn baby, he was so happy that he wanted to give many thousands of cows in charity to the Brahmins. According to the Vedic system, whenever there is an auspicious ceremony in the Kshatriya king's palace or joy, the kings give many things in charity. Cow decorated with golden ornaments are delivered to the Brahmins and sages. Also, they wanted to perform a charitable ceremony to celebrate Krishna's appearance. But because he was shackled within the walls of the Krishna's prison, this was not possible. Instead, within his mind, he gave thousands of cows to the Brahmins. When Vasudeva was convinced that the newborn child was Supreme Personality God himself, he bowed down with folded hands and began to offer him prayers. At that time, Vasudeva was in the transcendental position, and he became completely free from all fear comes out. The newborn baby was also flashing his apologies within the room in which he appeared. Vasudeva then began to offer his prayers. My dear Lord, I can understand who you are. You are the Supreme Personality Godhead, the super soul of all living entities and the absolute truth. You have appeared in your own eternal form, which is directly perceived by us. I understand that because I am afraid of Kansa, you have appeared just to deliver me from that fear. You do not belong to this material world. You are a same person who brings about the cosmic manifestation simply by glancing over material nature. One may argue that the Supreme Personality God who creates the whole cosmic manifestation simply by his glance cannot overcome within the womb of Devaki, the wife of Vasudeva. Cannot come within the womb of Devaki, the wife of Vasudeva. To eradicate this argument, Vasudeva said, my dear Lord, it is not a very wonderful thing that you have appeared within the womb of Devaki, because the creation was also made in that way. You were lying in the Ashram Mahavishnu, and by your breathing process, innumerable universes came into existence. Then you entered into each of the universes as Garbhodakshaya Vishnu. Then again you expanded yourself as Garbhodakshaya Vishnu and entered into the hearts of all living entities and even into the atoms. Therefore, your entrance into the womb of Devaki is understandable in the same way. You appear to have entered, but you are simultaneously all pervading. We can understand your entrance and non-entrance from the material examples. The total material energy remains intact even after being divided into 16 elements. The material body is nothing but the combination of the 5 gross elements, namely earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Whenever there is a material body, it appears that such elements are newly created, but actually the elements are always existing outside of the body. Similarly, although you are appeared as a child in the womb of Devaki, you are also existing outside. You're always in your abode. but still, you can simultaneously expand yourself into millions of forms. One has to understand your appearance and with great intelligence because the material energy is also emanating from you. You are the original source of all material energy, just as the sun is the source of sunshine. The sunshine cannot cover the sun globe, nor can the material energy being an emanation from you cover you. You appear to be in the three modes of material nature, but actually the three modes of material energy cannot cover you. This is understood by the highly intellectual philosophers. In other words, although you appear to be within the material energy, you are never covered by it. We hear from Vedic version that the Supreme Brahman exists his intelligence, and therefore everything becomes illuminated. We can understand uh, from the Brahma Samhita that the Brahma Jyoti or the Brahma effulgence emanates from the body of the Supreme Lord, and from the Brahman effulgence all the creation takes place. There's also said in the Bhagavad Gita that Lord is the support of the Brahman effulgence. Therefore, originally he is the root cause of everything. But persons who are less intelligent think that when Supreme Personality of God comes within the material world, he accepts the material qualities. Such conclusions are not very mature, and and but are made by the less intelligent.
But yeah, it's time for you to lead the kirtan. I don't know which phone you'll be doing it from. There you are.
Is it working better there?
Yes, working. No, you're
Yeah.
first down on the Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan
Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan
Shri Govinda Gopi Nata
Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohan
Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan
Nama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan
Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya
Alindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahaman
Rishi Gata Vansi Gata Radha Sakana
Sigatma Sigatma Sakana
Jahata Balila Kolo Sinandananda
Jasamalila Kaila Sinandananda Clothing party. Clothing.
Jaya Gopaga
Goda Jaya Jaya Gopaga
Vidamani Jaya Jaya Dino Vataga
Hinama Jaya Jaya
Jaya Vrishabha
Bhavanu Jaya Sundari
Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Vinagari
Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Abhira Nagari
Jaya Jaya Gopishwara Vrindavanama
Jaya Jaya Gopishwara Vrindavana Dham
Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakabatu Dejara Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakabatu Dejara Jaya Ramagata Jaya Rohini Nanda
Jaya Rama Ghata Jaya Rohini Nanda
Jaya Jaya Vrinda Vanavasi Jataja
Jaya Jaya Vrindavana It is not fitting. It's not fitting.
Bhakti Tejahara
It should be front, Maharaj. Yeah. Jaya Jaya
Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Lila Sagamanola Jaya Jaya Jwala Rasa Sarvarasa Jaya Kiya Bhave Jaya Braja Brata Jnana Vapada Pada Koya Nina Krishna Dasa Kohe Narosa Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. I get the Maharaj. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Natavara Radhe 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 Jaya Radha Radhe Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Gauranitai Jaya
Oh, those are so the history about from Mr. Prabhupada. Ananta Kodi Vaishnava Vrinda Kita. Namacharya Shahada. Thakur. Vensago, Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Shri Nityananda Sivasadi Gaur Bhakti. Shri Shri Radha Krishna. Gopagopina Shama Kunda Radha. Shri Shri Krishna Krishnastami Shri Shri Janmastami Ki Jai. Shri Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glory to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Pralada Daine. Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha. Chilatanka Nakalae. Dona Singho Paratona Singho. Dona Singho Paratona Singho. Yato Yato Yamitona Singho. Yato Yamitona Singho. Hira Singho Hridayena Hare Singho Hridayena Singho. Charanam Prapade. Avakara Kamalavare Naka Adota Singha Lalita Hiranyakashipu Lalubhenya Keshavadita Madhavadishupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Avakara Kamalavare Naka Adota Singha Lalita Hiranyakashipu Lalubhenya Keshavadita Madhavadishupa Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha
Singh Ade Jaya 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 Jaya
Okay, we'll end the program.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That concludes our Janmashtami festival. Thank you, everyone, for attending.
Good timing. My phone's at 2%, so
And
it's
then
gonna
we'll
end the program.
back.
Hare Krishna,
Hare
everyone.
Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Jai.